Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Jaggedar is non-hereditary, yes. Good morning. Good morning. We'll wait 2-3 minutes, as always. Mansabdari was a way to flourished Jagirdari. Statement makes no sense. What do you mean by that? Nagarajak, there can be. The chronological questions would be then about wars. Statement-based questions are more common. Chronological questions in medieval India, because dates are not certain in most of the cases. Basic wars are there. That's it. Chausa, Kannauj, this, that. You can read the ARM. Additional reading material is additional reading material. If you want to know more, or generally the mostly standard asked questions are there. All Jagirdars are Mansabdar and not all Mansabdars are Jagirdar. Akash written other way around. Second statement is the right one. Good morning. One more minute and we start. Number is not reaching there, but why not? Main medieval India basic story we complete today only. Today we will finish Rajput religious decline, Marathas and Sikhs. Basic stories done. Tuesday most probably we go for Bhakti Sufi, which is art and culture only, but last module of medieval because it sits in medieval, later Bhakti. Okay. Yesterday we completed revenue administration. Then we did what we call as Mansabdari or administration generally. And we also did the administrative positions and certain terminologies for land and so on and so forth. So Kishan, do it with me, then we'll see. Don't worry. Today we start with the agrarian order. Then we go into Rajput policy, then religious policy, then decline. We finish Mughal India and then move towards the Marathas and Sikhs, and our main story is over. The main story is over for prelims oriented understanding. And the last theme, which is Tuesday. Monday is a holiday. Tuesday, we'll do Bhakti Sufi, which is as much as a medieval module, but also an art and culture module. So Tuesday, Bhakti Sufi is something which we have to do. Monday is a holiday on account of Guru Nanak Jayanti. Killing own father to come to power based on past history. Why they were not thinking about how to stop it. Power is power. Father, mother, brother is not seen. Okay. For this module, we have 3 chapters out of Satish Chandra, 1 out of 7th class NCRT. This chapter still remains. The 12th class has been dropped. And what we have to now understand is what is the agrarian structure. We already understand revenue administration, but there are certain words which you need to know. See, when we look at the agrarian structure, you have the zamindars. They are the biggest landholders. They are landlords. They have 2 types of, you can say, understanding. One, they can be revenue, they pay revenue to the state, meaning that the Amin and Amil take revenue from the zamindar, but the zamindar could be giving it via collecting it from the tenants under him. So zamindar mostly does not cultivate his own land. He gets it cultivated by someone else. So he could have a very big land and there could be 7 to 8, 10 tenants which work on his land, and there's a sharing basis. Certain percentage goes to the tenant, certain percentage goes to the zamindar, and the state will not tax the tenant, but rather the zamindar who owns the land. So he is the owner of the land. This ownership is based on hereditary understanding. His son will have that land. This is his personal property. So zamindars are the big landholders. They are big landholders. But most of the population in India at this point of time come under two basic categories. One is called khudkasht and the other one is called pahikasht. These are the two types of peasant or farmers there can be who own their own land. Both own land, that is something which is common to both, but the difference is how they operate, which is that khudkasht and pahikasht difference is the following. There's A and there's B. There are two farmers. Both A and B live in town X, which is also town Y. Now this is A's house, this is B's house. Now A has his land in this village only, but B has to travel to a different village because land is in Y. A will be called a khudkasht, B will be called a pahikasht. Which means that the person who has the land in his own village is called a khudkasht, and migratory peasants are called pahikashts. But what is common to zamindar, pahikasht, and khudkasht is all own land some way or the other. So these are all the land owning community. Then you have the next most interesting set of names or terminologies. One is called muzrain and the other one is called the halis. Or you can see here the zamindars are one of the biggest heterogeneous group because they could have be of different sizes, be of different caste, be of different varnas in that regard, but they are a very big population. But vis-a-vis the other cultivators, the rayat can be divided into two types, which is a person which is khudkasht and the other one is called the pahikasht. The peasant proprietor and those cultivators did not have their own land were known as muzrain. So muzrain is a person who does not have land. Now, muzrain was the category of culture which is less privileged than the khudkasht and were occasionally dependent on the village money lender for bullock carts and seeds. Now, on the other hand, you have less numerous pahis who were essentially migratory cultivators, and they were neither residents of or either residents of the neighboring village or had deserted their original village in that regard. Now, apart from khudkash, paikash, and muzrain, there's another section which are called sharecroppers or halis or majur, who had overlapping position and fluctuating rights. The dividing line between a muzrain and a hali was the possession of plough and oxen. The There were references to peasants who sank to the status of majur or hali due to loss of agricultural assets. Now, what do I mean by this? What I mean by this is that there's one term jamindar, the second term khudkash, the third term paikash. Now you have a person called muzarain or mazur or hali. Now the difference is that both don't own land. Don't own land. But the difference could be and is who has the resources or basic resources of cultivation. Muzrains mostly do not have equipment, but the dividing line between these two terms is also very close. In certain contexts, we see Muzrain also, we see Hali also interchangeably used. But we go with the fact that don't have equipment, it is Muzrain. Mazur is basically agricultural labor, wherein he gets his own equipment to cultivate. So basically, a Hali or Mazur would be a tenant. Muzrain is basically an agricultural labor who does not have his own equipment. Majdoor comes from Majur from here only. So we have discussed 5 terms: Zamindar, Khudkash, Paikas, Mazur, and Muzrain. Anybody any issue? Because I want to do one question with you. Anybody any issue? No? So you have Mazur, Hali, agricultural labor. Muzrain do not have equipment. And Zamindar, biggest, have tenants under them. Khudkasht, same. Paikast, migratory. Right? I have given you the summary 3 times now. Khudkasht, Paikast, Muzrain, Hali, Zamindar. Are we clear? Okay. Now, I want you to do this question. 1 second. First, this. With reference to medieval India, which one of the following is the correct sequence in ascending order in terms of size? Pargana, Sarkar, Suba, Sarkar, Pargana, Suba, Suba, Sarkar, Pargana, Pargana, Suba, Sarkar. It's based on something we did yesterday. Come on. One more question, then we go back to the story. So A and C would have been the more confusing, but B and D. See, ascending means smallest to biggest. So, firstly, Sarkar is an intermediate and Suba is too big. There are two things. You just need to know that is it A or C? A is in ascending order, C is in descending order. Pargana, Sarkar, Suba. This is Suba, Sarkar, Pargana. So if you are confused between A and C, that I understand. But if you are confused between B and D, then you forget that it is the smallest unit is Pargana, then it is Sarkar, and then it is Suba. From that we get the Subedar. So the answer here is A. Half of you got caught up in this. The people who have answered B and D, you need revision. You need revision. This is what we did 24 hours back. Now I want you to do one more question. Do this question. Consider the following. The arrival of Babur into India led to introduction of gunpowder in the subcontinent, introduction of arch and dome in the region's architecture, establishment of Timurid dynasty in the region. I know you don't know the second statement, but it is immaterial. Totally correct. 67%. And the people who have answered C forget something. Babur's introduction into India did not introduce gunpowder in the Indian subcontinent. The Vijayanagara and Bahmani rulers already knew that what was gunpowder. They did not know how to use it. This is incorrect statement. Answer automatically comes. This is Delhi Sultanate. You will know this by the time we do the first two modules of art and culture. So you didn't even need to know the second statement is correct or not, because first statement is incorrect. Last question. This is a technical question, and this will test how attentive you were in the past 5 minutes. Okay. With reference to Mughal India, what is and are the differences between Jagirdar and Zamindar? The Jagirdars were holders of land assignments in lieu of judicial and policing duties, whereas Zamindars were holders of revenue rights without obligation to perform any duty other than revenue collection. Land assignments to Jagirdars are hereditary. Revenue rights of the Zamindars are non-hereditary. I'm giving you more time to read this question. I don't want anybody to get it wrong. One second. Okay. Read it carefully. Which of these two statements is correct? Answer. Read it. Read it closely. Most of you incorrect. 37% have been able to see the differences and have been paying attention at least. First things first, tell me. Jagirdari was hereditary and zamindars are non-hereditary. This is incorrect fully. So whoever have answered one, and now what is left is neither. Now what is left is neither. Second is they've exchanged it. Yes, Jagirdars are non-hereditary, zamindars are hereditary. Now comes this first statement. Jagirdars were holder of land in lieu of judicial and police duties, and zamindars were holders of land of revenue rights other than revenue collection. So Jagirdars perform judicial duties with Jagirdars. The judicial duty is always with the Qazi. If you don't get this part incorrect, maybe you are going with the fact that it is judicial. Zamindars collect revenue. Amil does. There is the Qazi is responsible in Islam anywhere, everywhere for judicial purposes. Anywhere, if I taught you Ikta, Nankara, or even Mansabdari, in the duties, did I write judicial duties or anything like that? If you will read more than what you need to from law and order to understand it is a judicial responsibility, I wrote general administration, revenue administration. Judicial administration is something which is not under them. So in this statement, there are two parts which are incorrect. It's about who can find the first or second. Either you understand that Jagirdars don't have Qazi's relationship or don't have judicial powers, or you understand that Zamindars, yes, they have revenue rights, which is to collect from tenants under them, but they don't have revenue collection rights. That is the job of the Amil. The whole point of explaining agrarian structures and the whole point of explaining how revenue is collected in anywhere in revenue collection, did I write Zamindar? Zamindars pay the revenue, not collect revenue. And I know what you have done. You have picked up permanent settlements notion, modern India, and then applied it here. It says Mughal India. In permanent settlement, yes, zamindars have the revenue collecting rights also and revenue rights also. But this is before the British came, before the distorted relationship. So both statements are incorrect that way. Does this make sense? First, use gunpowder, then the statement will be correct. Are we clear about this? Yes? Okay, leaderboard. Ritika, all three correct. Pooja, Pratham, Chituri, Deepika, Sumit, Janvi, Abhijit, Kartikesh, Shivaji, Priyanka, Shri, Vikram, Pradyus, Disha, Chiranjeevi, Palak, Shaili, Shravani, Siddharth, Shubhangi. There will be more people who got maybe all three correct, but it only shows the first 15, 16. So good. At least close to 20, 25 people got all three correct. Can we go back to now what we have to do? Do you understand the questions? Are these questions factual? Are these questions factual? These questions are application of knowledge. Application of knowledge. Apart from this, what work do Mansabdars do? They have revenue collection or revenue administration under them. Revenue and general, not judicial. Judicial in any case throughout medieval will be with Qazi. Qazi, Mamlik, whatever it may be. Qazi throughout in Islam, judicial responsibility to judge is always with the Qazi. Okay, now This was a presumed thing, but sure, no issues. Now, we go to a very interesting aspect of the Mughal administration. Jagirdars were non-hereditary, yes. Jagirdars were revenue holders of land in lieu of responsibility. Jagirdars are officers who collect revenue in lieu of services, not revenue holders of land. These words, right sequence needs to be there. They have revenue collecting rights in lieu of service. Okay. Now, when it came to Rajput policies, we already know that the Rajputs have two places in history. First, when Gori came and the Chauhans and the Paramars and the Gahadwalas and the Solankis, Chandelas were prevalent in the northern sector. On the other hand, when we talk about the concept of Rajput's second innings, it would be under Rana Sanga and Medni Rai under the Chanderi battle itself. But the Rajputs come from a very, very valor driven and bravery driven tradition, and their position in the Rajasthan sector is something which Akbar is also conscious of, and his predecessors and successors both. Babur did not have the time to pursue a proper Rajput policy, obviously. Humayun was helped by a Rajput at Amarkot. Raja of Amarkot helped Hamida Bano Begum give birth to Akbar. It was Sher Shah Suri who started a policy. And Sher Shah Suri knew that it was easier to befriend the Rajputs to actually fight them. It was easier to befriend the Rajputs than to fight them, which is to make them friends rather than fighting them. Because fighting the Rajputs needs a lot of resources, and as it is, it will drain the empire and they will not give up over a period of time. And Sher Shah Suri's policy was something which Akbar took forward in a way, which was that he used to show the Rajputs power and then would leave it to the Rajputs to accept his power as an overlord. See, the Rajputs have four very, very important forts. One is Ranthambore, the other one is Kalinjar. Anyone else? Ranthambore, Kalinjar, and two more in that sector. Ranthambore, Kalinjar, yes. Chittor, very good. Chittor and Merta. Merta just before Mewar, Merta. So if you break Chittor, Kalinjar, and Ranthambore and Merta Mewar sector, you have four big forts which have gone. And once these forts fall, it is very clear that the Rajputs will feel that now the power of the opposition is quite high. Sher Shah Suri followed that policy, wherein Babur had no specific policy. He could befriend. If you're a friend, you're a friend. If you're not a friend, you're not a friend. But Humayun's one of the wives was a Rajput princess also. Humayun, we already know, did not have any specific policy. It is Sher Shah who started a policy of making the Rajputs accept his suzerainty. Sovereignty is absolute power. Suzerainty is to accept someone's overlordship. Feudal relationships are based on suzerainty. And that is why you can see he will break Ranthambore and he will break Kalinjar. And that in turn will lead him to make the Rajputs accept the suzerainty of Sher Shah. Now try to understand the perspective here. There are two perspectives here. Why would the Rajputs want to accept the overlordship of Sher Shah Suri, or for example later Akbar, because it was easier for both. Because in a way the rulers in their own feudatory mentality cannot fight with the Mughals, and the Mughals are more stable if the Rajputs are part of the empire rather than enemies. And this is what Akbar followed. Akbar followed. Akbar followed a three-step concept, three-step policy. Akbar's first step used to be to show power. So Akbar, in the first instance, went through all these four forts. He broke Ranthambore, he broke Chittor, he broke Mirta, and he also broke Kalinjar. And to basically give you that sequence, in 1562 he will break Mirta, after which Jaimal is going to surrender. Thereafter 1568 Chittor, and by 1569 Ranthambore. And he will, the same year 1569, take Kalinjar. Now, this is his first step, which is to show to the Rajputs that one thing is very clear: if I come to conquer a certain sector, I can. But the problem is Akbar lost a lot of men and resources in breaking these four forts. So if you have broken Ranthambore, if you have broken Kalinjar, you've broken through Kalinjar, you've broken through Merta and Chittor. If you have done that, you already have broken through the four biggest forts. Now, step 2 was Akbar's unique concept. Step 2 was, now Akbar gave an option. See, Akbar was already very, very annoyed by Mirza Hakim, his own stepbrother. The Uzbeks were fighting amongst his nobility. The Iranis, the Turanis, the Afghans, always rebelling within his empire. Akbar wanted a loyal group. And Akbar knew about the loyalty and over and above that, the valor and the bravery of the Rajputs. He wanted a basic constituency in India which he could rely upon. So after breaking Ranthambore, Kalinjar, Mehta and Chittor, now he starts to give an offer to the Rajputs. He says, either you accept my power, and if you accept my power, if you accept my overlordship, what Akbar used to do was that if this is my kingdom and I am the Raja, he developed a new type of Jagir, a special Jagir which is called Vatan Jagir. It's called Vatan Jagir. When Rajputs were less than difficult to fight, how Mughals were able to break their forts. That is the power of the Mughals. Remember, at that point of time, irrespective of that he is Akbar. When it comes to power and when it comes to the Mughal force, it came in waves. So it is very clear that the Rajputs are valorous, they are very, very brave, and they are holding in multiple forts. But when it comes to how the Mughals create pressure, it is quite difficult to hold on to certain things if the Mughals do create pressure. So now what Akbar says is that if you will accept my overlordship, under which you only have to come once to my court, you have to just show your loyalty to me via a peshkash or a nazarana. I will be ready to employ any of your sons or relatives in my administration. I will make them mansabdars. But more than that, I will make you the mansabdar of a Vatan Jagir. Vatan Jagir concept is that what he does is he takes the kingdom and gives the king back the area as a Vatan Jagir. And the Vatan Jagir, there's a very interesting thing. Under Vatan Jagir, Mughals will not intrude in anything internal. who will come to power, who will not come to power is totally your call. This is hereditary and this is permanent. So basically, what Akbar is doing is he's taking the kingdom of that king, taking the kingdom of that ruler, and giving it back to him, not as a kingdom but as a Vatan Jagir. And by giving it as Vatan Jagir, he says, my power is just till the border of this Vatan Jagir. And inside, whatever you used to do, you do the same thing. You are going to be the king, but basically now you'll be called, in a way, a Mansabdar. You are now a Mansabdar Jagirdar. So basically, what he is doing is he is taking the feudatory's power and giving the feudatory the power back by saying that I'm just changing the nomenclature. Now, there are two advantages of this. First, this area remains stable, but for a person who is living under that king, does anything change? Does anything change? No. He was seeing, for example, a certain Raja in power. He again says another. For the set. The point is, for the Raja, he used to be a Raja. Now he is a Jagirdar. Previously, he was a king. Now he's a Jagirdar. But for the people, there is no opposition because they are still being ruled by the same people and with the same system. So understand this, that Vatan Jagirs were a innovation which Akbar created in order to accommodate the Rajputs. He said, I will not. See, so what he's done is, he said that I have shown you my power. Step two is, now you can basically, no, we should not fight, no bloodshed, and you become part of my administration as a Mansabdar Jagirdar. I give you your whole area back as a form of Vatan Jagir. Whatever you are doing, you do. Whoever you want to make your successor, you make it. I will have no say into it. Mughals will never say nothing. And in this Vatan Jagir, it is permanent and it is hereditary to you. More than that, if you want to send your sons and your princes to the central Mughal administration, I would be happy to do that also. And in that context, for example, Man Singh, Bhagwan Das, Todarmal, these were sons of these Rajputs. But the most important, Akbar also understood the implication of these Rajputs accepting Mansabdari. And he said that I know that there could be a case that other Rajputs would socially boycott you and not marry their daughters to you or their sons to you. I am also ready, and it is voluntary. Understand this point. It is voluntary. I am also ready to go into a matrimonial alliance with you, wherein you can marry your daughter to me. I will not convert her. I will not ask her to do any of the practices which were there. I will respect her religion. I will give her her own space, and I will not try to create a certain environment which is non-conducive for her in Delhi or Agra. So voluntarily he was ready to accept this voluntarily he was ready to go into matrimonial alliance also. Voluntarily. If the king does not want to marry his daughter to Akbar, there is no issue. So Akbar has now tried to do three things. He doesn't want to fight the Rajputs because that is wasteful and that will only lead to more and more bloodshed. And this is where Akbar starts to show a certain new type of understanding which was not previously there, and that is why Akbar is Akbar. Because he said there's no point fighting the Rajputs. Second, he said that if you want, we can go into a matrimonial alliance also. And third is, I would love to have your sons and princes as in my central administration. Ironically, the 26 people who Akbar had very close to him, by the end of his empire, 20 out of them were Rajputs. And it is believed that the strength of the Mughal Empire after Akbar was this only, that the Rajputs stood by the Mughal Empire and there was a symbiotic relationship there. And it is this, what Aurangzeb did was that he played a role in the succession of the Rathod Rajputs. And this was a major breach of trust for the Rajputs, and that is why they will leave Aurangzeb. And you know what happens to the Mughal Empire as soon as the Rajputs abandoned the Mughal Empire or Aurangzeb. Because Aurangzeb broke the gentleman's agreement that we will not, internal conflict, we will not have a say. And if you will not do any of this, then step 3, then be ready to fight. And one king will never accept his overlordship or service, which is Maharana Pratap and Mewar. Mewar will, throughout its existence, fight against the Mughals. Eventually, Man Singh and other later governors will be able to pacify Mewar, but throughout its existence, it will not allow Mughal service to be brought in. So this 3-step program is very straightforward. 3-step program is very, very straightforward. You have capture Chittor, Merta, Ranthambore, Kalinjar, weaken the power of the Rajputs to resist. Those Rajputs who were either accepting the sovereignty or enter matrimonial alliance with him voluntarily will be left masters of their own kingdom as Vatan Jagirs. They were given high offices in the state and there were no interference in administration. They were, however, asked to pay annual tribute to the emperor. Those Rajput rulers who opposed him were attacked and efforts were made to force them to accept sovereignty, where it is Mewar. Now, to show you a working example, you don't have to learn this, just to show you a working example, this is how Akbar operated. Step 1 was to show them the power that he did between 1562 and 69. Between 62 and 69, he took Merta, Chittor, Ranthambore, and Kalinjar. Now, the first such ruler to accept the service of Akbar or to accept the suzerainty of Akbar was Raja Bharmal of Amer. Raja Bharmal of Amer, rather than fighting Akbar, went into his suzerainty and he accepted his sovereignty and married his daughter to him. It is from the same princess that Salim will be born, Jahangir will be born, and Akbar will then give very high mansabs to Raja Bharmal, his son Bhagwan Das, and his grandson Man Singh. Man Singh was one of the most powerful governors and generals of Akbar. In an exception in Mansabdari, the only person to hold a 7,000 Mansab or 7,000 Zat was Man Singh only. Bhagwan Das and Man Singh, Bhagwan Das 5,000 Zat, Man Singh 7,000 Zat. That was the highest honor he could give by showing that how much the Rajputs meant to him. After Chittor, Bikaner and Jaisalmer will also accept Akbar's suzerainty and they will go into matrimonial alliance with him. And it will only be Mewar till this point. It is step 2. It will only be Mewar which will basically evade Akbar. And at the Battle of Haldigati, after which Maharana Pratap's resolve is going to fall a little bit, Banswara, Bundi and Orcha will also accept suzerainty of Akbar. So very simply, you can see this is step 3. Haldigati is the conclusion of that step 3. Akbar had a very interesting way of looking at the Rajputs. He was the first Mughal emperor to have a planned, proper policy towards the Rajputs. He was the one who understood that it is easier and better to make them accept the suzerainty. He was impressed by their chivalry, faithfulness, and dareness and skill. He preferred to befriend them than to make them enemies. And he wanted a dependable people or dependable group within India to help him. He has already seen too many relatives, Afghans, Mirzas, and people fight against him. His own half-brother did not support him. And Akbar was getting more and more frustrated about that. And therefore, he follows this policy. And the strength of the Mughal Empire in that regard was the fact that his relatives were the Rajputs, and Rajputs became a very important pillar. Along with Mansabdari, Rajputs was a very, very important pillar of the Mughal Empire. Mewar was the only one. The Sisodias were the ones who never accepted Mughal service. And the Rajputs themselves also understood the importance of the symbiotic relationship, because then they could have their own independence whilst being part of a bigger empire. And because their sons and daughters were getting a lot of honor, this was also something which Akbar made sure that they were always comfortable. Akbar neither forced any ruler to enter into matrimonial alliance, and all these princesses were not asked to accept Islam before marrying. Besides, he honored his wives, allowed them to follow their own religion, and have their own high offices and spaces within the Mughal enclaves. And therein you already know one of the examples, Harkabai, also misunderstood as Jodhabai. So very simply, the Rajput policy will be taken forward by Jahangir and Shah Jahan the same way. It is Aurangzeb who will literally mess this up by internal meddling of Rathod politics, which we'll discuss. So, are we clear about Rajput policy? And I hope you understand the masterstroke of Akbar in doing what he did, because he could have easily got engrossed into fighting the Rajputs for what he basically did in the Deccan sector also. War with the Rajputs never meant really anything to Akbar, because that would have only drained the empire of too much of the resources, and it would only have drained the empire generally. So he knew the importance of the Rajputs. He knew that they could be a strength, and they were a strength in that regard. We'll discuss that, Kesha. Yes, you can say Akbar was secular. The word is tolerant. Secular is a very modern word. Secularism and secular is a very modern colonial word. Tolerance is the word. Are we clear? Okay. Now we go to the next aspect, which is Akbar's religious policy. And his religious policy also shows the same type of approach he showed towards the Rajputs. See, Babar again has no time to have a proper religious policy. Humayun is too drunk to do it. Sher Suri's empire is too small to follow something. But Akbar, after 1560 and specifically after 1580, became very, very interested in religious matters. Now, Akbar sees two challenges. The biggest challenge is not jizya. Is not jizya, because jizya is there since Kutubuddin Aibak. So for the Indian population, pilgrimage tax and jizya is not something very out of the box or something which is considered problematic. They've been paying it for now centuries. For Akbar, the problem is internal and external both. Within Islam, there's a problem between Shias and Sunnis, which is on the interpretation of the Quran and the followers of Ali and Muawiyah. And therefore, Shia Sunni conflict is something which plagues Islam or Muslims in India quite a lot and throughout the world. The whole Iran and Saudi Arabia conflict. That is one aspect, which is Shia Sunni conflict. Second is the problem of interpretation. The Quran is holy, but the Shariat is in a way a little bit an interpretation of the Quran, and in a way the holy law itself can be interpreted by anybody or anyone as per their wish. So ulemas and the Maulvis, the orthodox faction of this empire, can create disputes and can have multiple disputes over interpretation of a certain Quranic verse. So now Akbar has to do two things. First, he has to convince to the people that he is different from other rulers, and his Rajput policy should reflect in religious policy also. And second, he also needs to resolve this issue within Islam. More than that, Akbar was also very very curious with regards to religion, very curious. So the initial aspect is between 1560 to 65, and I've given you the timeline also. Between 1562, 63, 64, he will start to show his Rajput policy and religious policy, which is he will stop converting the prisoners of Islam, prisoners of the state as to Islam. Then he will stop pilgrimage tax. Then he will stop jizya. But the turning point will come in 1575. And this is very important because in 1575, he will establish his new capital, which was commemorating the conquest of Gujarat, which is called Fatehpur Sikri. At Fatehpur Sikri, he develops a certain room which is called the Ibadat Khana. Ibadat Khana is basically a hall which Akbar developed for himself. And in the Ibadat Khana, Akbar had one single, simple, straightforward purpose. He wanted to know about religion. He's an illiterate himself, can't read the very technical texts of Islam. So he wants to know certain basic things. For example, what is religion, what is Islam, what is the purpose of Islam, what is the way we need to live as a Muslim, and these are standard questions he had in his mind. So now the Ibadat Khana will be first opened to and was basically meant for Sunni Sunni ulemas, Sunni ulemas and Maulvis to come, because Mughals are Sunnis themselves. And now what happens is, with 5-6 ulema sitting there, Akbar asked this basic question: what is religion? What is the purpose of religion? What is Islam? What is the way we go forward? And what happens is that these ulema start to fight amongst themselves over these issues. Oh, what is Islam? They said, okay, all agreed. But then what is the purpose? What is the concept? They started to now fight amongst themselves. Now Akbar saw that this is very subjective, literally hounding and screaming in front of Akbar. So now Akbar got an idea that if this is the case of the Sunnis, let's call the Shia ulemas also. And on one side he kept the Sunni ulemas, on one side he kept the Shia ulemas. And like a reality TV, a reality show, he asked the same question to both. And now first they fight among themselves, and then they start to fight amongst each other. Shias saying something to the Sunnis, Sunnis saying something to the Shias. And now Akbar starts to get to know that, okay, religion is quite subjective. Everybody has a different understanding. So now, after 3 to 4 months of this shouting match between Shias and Sunnis, he says, do one thing. Get the most Shresht Pandit in Agra. I want to know what is Hinduism. The whole Pandit group will come. They will give Akbar an alternative vision of religion. They will talk about the Shastra. They will talk about moksha. They will talk about multiple different things. And Akbar will see that, okay, they are all speaking different languages and different texts, but they are talking about the same thing. He said, okay, bring a Buddhist. Then he said, bring a Jain, find a Jew if you can, find a Christian missionary if you can, bring a Parsi, Any person on the road who had a different religion than other than this, I want to know about their religion. And basically, Akbar in 1 year is going to go through a whole conversation with multiple religious intermediaries. And based on that, Akbar could understand something very clearly, that all religions may be talking about different things, have different saviors and messiahs, have different personalities related to it, but they all talk about the same thing. They have their own understanding, but they all have their own they have all, there's the core concept of religion remains the same. The story around it, it may be different. And based on the understanding of Ibadat Khana will lead him to develop what is called as Sul e Kul. And Sulekul was the larger philosophy which Akbar developed. And within that Sulekul philosophy, he now develops his own understanding of religion, which is called Deen Ilahi. Now, different texts, and different books will say that this is Akbar's new religion, but only 26 people were given the permission to follow Deen Ilahi, and it's more like a cult than actually a religion. But for the purpose of the example, we call it a religion. Deen Ilahi is Akbar's own understanding of religion. It's a core, closely related group. Nobody can follow Deen Ilahi other than Akbar inviting that person. It's a small group of people having their own rituals and having their own understanding, which is basically a cult. Cult is small group of people having a certain ritual. Now, Deen Ilahi basically is his interpretation. Ajivikism is a religion, not a cult. Deen Ilahi is the way he interpreted religion. So you see the ideas which he brought in, wherein Deen Ilahi, Tawhid Ilahi was a significant measure, comes up in 1582. It's a religious doctrine or cult which combined mysticism, philosophy, and nature together, wherein there are no prophets, and the basic ideas were peace and tolerance. And he picks up from different religions different things. He says, we prohibit lust, sensuality, slander, pride, considering them as sins. Which religion talks about karma as sin? Which religion talks about karma as sin? Jainism. This they picked up from Jainism. Piety, prudence, abstinence, kindness are core virtues. The soul is encouraged to purify itself through yearning of God, celibacy, and forbid slaughter of animals. So, from Buddhist idea to Jain idea to him following nature, which is Hinduism, Akbar now developed his own ideas. So, in a way, Akbar gave up on his core Islamic practices, and this became his new way of worship. And this is why Akbar again is Akbar, because he had the courage and had the power and had the mental strength to develop something of his own. He said, I will take whatever these religions are talking about, the best elements out of it, which is peace, tolerance, love, and I will follow that. So the first aspect to Akbar's religious policy is his own understanding of religion, which develops out of Deen Ilahi, develops out of Ibadat Khana and Sulekul. So do we understand the first part, which is Akbar's own understanding of religion? Here again, you will only get prelims questions. For that, I already have given you enough information. Don't worry about that. Whatever prelims question can come is here. Chronological order. The Ibadat Khana infallibility decree, Deen Ilahi, and forbade killing of animals on certain days. Now, this is the first thing that Akbar has now given up on. Sulekul is the ideology, Deen Ilahi is the application of it. Sulekul means tolerance with all. Sul-e-kul, the whole society should be peaceful. I am coming to that. Akbar has gone from Ibadat Khana to developing Deen Ilahi to developing his own understanding. Now, obviously, Akbar is Akbar. And now Akbar tries to solve the other issue which he has, which he saw in the Ibadat Khana itself, which is infighting and too many varying interpretations. So, firstly, as soon as Akbar gave up on Islamic practices, there's a lot of opposition which will come. Ulemas will send fatwas to him saying that you are un-Islamic, you're non-Muslim. But the point was that as soon as that fatwa reached Agra, next day that ulema was not to be found, most probably in the Yamuna river itself. The fact was, we forget one thing, that they are emperors. Challenging Akbar is not something which you can't do, which you can do. So people gave a lot of law. He was abused by the Orthodox faction. He was abused by the Orthodox faction. Literally, ulemas had thousands of fatwas written against him, that Akbar had become a non-believer, a non-Muslim, and he had now become something which they did not understand who he was, because he was talking about Deen Ilahi. And you can see that the most celebrated emperor of Mughal India, and the fact that he's sometimes categorized as a certain identity in our history and in our politics, he was never accepted by the ulemas, the Maulvis, the major orthodox faction of Islam. In Sunni Islam, in Shia Islam, be it any form of Islam, Akbar's name used to make them angry, because he was doing it in front of them. So he was more in himself something new and unique than to be what he was or his successors will be. But now Akbar hates the way these ulemas actually dominate religion. Now he comes up with a new idea. What Akbar says through, he has two decrees. One is called Mazhar and the other one is called the Infallibility Decree. Now, through Mazhar, what he does is that he proclaims himself as Imam Adil. Basically, by calling himself Imam Adil, Akbar says that he is the ultimate and last interpreter of Islam, and therefore if there is any dispute over issues and jurisprudence, he is the final authority. Now you tell me, how would the ulemas and the Maulvis feel about this? Basically, this was to make sure that Shia Sunni conflict could be controlled. He basically has, in a way, taken away a major power of the ulemas, and that is why they hated him so much, which is interpretation of Islam itself. Then you will say, sir, how can he do it? Because he's Akbar. Will somebody stop him? Sure, he'll be killed, because at the end of the day, he's Akbar. But the biggest blow to the ulemas and the Maulvis came from the infallibility decree. The infallibility decree very straightforward says that Akbar is both, and by not using a term, but he was indicating to it. Akbar says that he is both the political and religious leader of all Muslims in India. And in the khutbah, which is basically a salutation which is read first before the prayer in the mosque, he started to add his name into that khutbah and started to read it himself, whatever he could read. What is Akbar's indication towards by saying that he's both political and religious leader? Basically, he is claiming to be the most powerful position in Islam, which is a Khalifa or Caliph. This is something unprecedented because nobody ever thought that Akbar could become so syncretic, which is tolerant, and then break the orthodoxy from within. So, what he does is that Akbar proclaims himself the Muttahid or Imam Adil and claims that all rights to interpretation on all legal questions which existed on different opinions should be under his opinion. Akbar was in favor of weakening the powers of the mullahs and the ulemas further, and he wanted to combine in himself both political and spiritual powers. According to the infallibility decree, Akbar became the supreme arbiter in religious and civil matters. This was declared through the by signing of the legal divines. They were forcefully made to sign. Akbar himself started to read the khutbah from the Fatehpuri mosque to say that he is the religious leader of everyone. This is how Akbar destroyed the power of the orthodox faction. And now that you understand it, khutbah is, as I told you, opening salutation before the Friday prayer. Akbar destroyed the ulemas. Akbar destroyed the ulemas. The ulemas saw same type of streak in Jahangir also, in Shah Jahan also. But one person who was becoming too unfavorable to Shah Jahan and was never considered important was Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb never got the support of his own father. And the same ulemas which Akbar had destroyed now found a constituency in ulema, in Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb was in desperate need of what we call as a loyal group. Aurangzeb's first mistake was, I'm now transitioning to Aurangzeb's religious policy. Aurangzeb's first mistake was that he started to meddle into Rathod politics, which showed to the Rajputs that he was different from his forefathers. And therefore, the Rajputs very quickly left Aurangzeb's side because of his intolerance with regards to it. As soon as that pillar was gone, the Mughal Empire was now shaking. And at least Aurangzeb, Shah Jahan never wanted Aurangzeb to come to power. Most of the people never wanted Aurangzeb to come to power. It is only after Samugarh that he will win and Dara Shikoh will die. And now Aurangzeb will find or replace this pillar with ulemas. Ulemas who could give him the money which he needs because he was in a crisis. I'll give you a break and then we'll discuss decline of Mughals. But the most important aspect here is, yes, Jahangir Shah Jahan took the policy forward. It is Aurangzeb who will fall into this trap. And that is why he will turn out to be the most orthodox and most religiously conscious emperor in this whole set itself. From forbearing certain what we call as processes in the court to forbearing things to be done in the public, he was seen as a exact opposite of Akbar. But to understand that, we need to understand the context in which Aurangzeb comes to power. And now I'm transitioning to decline. So what I want to do is I want to give you a break here, because then the decline will be close to 45 minutes discussion, which I want to do properly. Right? Okay. So we come back at 7:30. When we do come back at 7:30, we take this story forward, and we have now done all of the main things. Now we're doing decline of Mughals in that regard. Okay, perfect. See you at 7:30. Welcome back. That is simultaneously happening, Anjali. Simultaneously trying to resolve both issues. Okay. Now, what discussion we need to have is related to Jahangir and Shah Jahan follow the same religious and political and Rajput policy. Till Aurangzeb it is followed. Okay. Now we are going into Mughal decline. If you've done previously modern India, you would know about this a little bit because this is the last module, or this is the last module of medieval, first module of modern India. Now, when we talk about Mughal decline, there's one personality who has been single-handedly be given the responsibility of this, and that person is Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb is believed to be the culprit for Mughal decline. Single-handedly declined the empire through his bigotry, through his religious policy, through how he pursued a very, very skewed understanding of religion. But that is giving one person too much authority and too much agency. Aurangzeb did destroy temples. Aurangzeb did become a staunch Muslim. Aurangzeb was a proper religiously headed man, but he had more systemic issues in the empire than just his religious policy. So if people like, for example, Jadunath Sarkar attribute whole of Mughal decline on Aurangzeb, you are basically then ignoring all the other signs of stress which had developed within the Mughal Empire. So let's try to understand that yes, we agree that Aurangzeb was a religiously conscious man, but attributing the whole decline to him is giving him too much power. See, the problem with Aurangzeb starts with Shah Jahan. The Aurangzeb issue starts with Shah Jahan. Under Shah Jahan, there was a major issue of overspending. First in monuments and architecture, and second in the constant war in Deccan. So making the Taj Mahal, a whole new city, Shahjahanabad, a new masjid, Jama Masjid, these things cost money. So Shah Jahan had already more or less drained the empire of most of its resources. Most of the resources had got drained. So when Aurangzeb comes to power, he has inherited a fiscal and economic crisis. Fiscal and economic crisis. Now, obviously, it does not help that Aurangzeb, through his religious policy, he has abandoned, or he was abandoned by the Rajputs, by the Rajputs, and generally he is under orthodox faction of empire. In a way, yes, Shelley. His Deccan campaign led to drain of treasury, Rajput Maratha policy influenced orthodoxy. Sure, weakened the empire, but it's not that straightforward. There are two more things which are there. Master of Art of, you've written M, I don't know. Maratha policy influenced by orthodox religions weakened the empire. See, I understand that Aurangzeb is fighting with the Marathas. I understand that he is fighting with the Sikhs. He's fighting with different other Jats. He has issues. But if you just follow that strand of argument, you ignore the other bigger issues. Sure, he's the best in making enemies. He's obviously going to be under the influence of the Orthodox faction. Rajputs have left him, so he had no other option. He had to go towards the ulemas, and that is what he has to do. Sure, Kamlesh, Jai Singh will, but not the whole of the Rajput faction. 1, 2 Rajputs will remain. But the problem is that Rajputs used to be a pillar. That pillar is not there because they don't trust Aurangzeb. Now, Aurangzeb has gone towards a religious policy which is the opposite of Akbar, but the economic crisis still remains. Now, tell me one thing. It is believed that, or it is said that Aurangzeb brought back jizya. Now, in an empire where 90-95% of the population is Hindu or non-Muslim, the tax collected from jizya would have been very small, substantial, or extremely big. The value of it, the value would have been extremely big, very, very big amount it would have been, because most, or what, 90% of the population is non-Muslim. Now, in an economic crisis, if Aurangzeb is bringing back jizya, can I call this totally a religious move? Can I call this a pure religious move? To bring back pilgrimage tax, to bring back jizya, it is more a desperate move wherein he's trying to solve the fiscal issue. He's trying to solve the fiscal issue. But whilst the ulema are ready to stand with him, there is even more problems than what Aurangzeb has. So what I want to establish here is, because of overspending of Shah Jahan, Aurangzeb has inherited an economic crisis. And sure, perfect, Aurangzeb is a bigot. But the way Aurangzeb will manage it, the way to come out of the economic crisis will further lead to more crisis. So do we understand the starting point here? That it does not start with Aurangzeb, it starts with Shah Jahan only. And he has created, and that is why Aurangzeb hated his father, because first he inherited with a lot of fight and Samugad, and second he inherited a treasury which was more or less empty. Now Aurangzeb has two solutions. There are two solutions, which is increase the revenue, decrease expenditure. Increase the revenue, decrease expenditure. As I am telling you, Mughal India, Mughal decline in modern medieval, same topic. So some of you, it may be a repetition. For some of you, it may be new. But this is the last module of medieval, first module of modern India. So if you know it, revise. If you don't know it, listen. So economic crisis, there are two options which he has: increase the revenue, decrease expenditure. Now you decrease expenditure via two things. You need to bring down administrative cost, and you increase the revenue via two things. Either increase land revenue or you increase Khalisa land. Khalisa means crown land. Now these two issues will converge and create an issue for him. The first solution is a combination of this, and the second solution is this. Under the first solution, Aurangzeb does a very important thing. Aurangzeb increases the land under Khalisa so that the revenue of the state increases. The revenue of the state increases. On the other hand, if you increase Khalisa, what goes down? Very good. Paibaki will fall. If Paibaki will fall, the number of Jagirs will fall. During Shah Jahan and Aurangzeb's transition, with certain Deccan Sultanates coming under the control of Mughals, number of Jagirdars increase. The precondition for the Jagirdari system to survive is that Jagirs should always be more than equal to Jagirdars. Yes or no? This is a precondition. Yes. Now, Khalisa has increased, Paibaki has fallen, Jagirdars have increased, and Jagirs have fallen. The cumulative result of this is going to be very straightforward, which is called the Jagirdari crisis. Wherein now there will be a competition. Amongst the Jagirdars for best Jagirs available, and administrative crisis will be created. How has the number of Jagirdars increased? The number of Jagirdars have increased first via the addition of the Deccani Sultanates into the Mughal Empire. They have been able to breach through Bijapur, they've been able to breach through Ahmednagar, they've been able to breach through Bidar. So when they add these people into the empire, they add them as Jagirdars, as Mansabdars. The nobility will keep on increasing. Even if the number of Jagirdars is not increasing exponentially, if there were 1000 Jagirdars and previously it was 1200 Jagirs, now Jagirs have come exactly to the same number of Jagirdars. Still, it will create a certain competition because your salary is based on which Jagir which you get. If you start to get Jagirs in Rajasthan, in the desert, Thar desert, it makes no sense. You want it in the best place possible, which is the Doab region or the what we call as Meerut to Bengal sector. So the first solution which Aurangzeb goes for is Khalisa increase that will have a cascading effect. Wherein Khalisa has increased, Paibaki falls, which is the land which is allocated as Jagirs, and Jagir numbers falls. If Jagir numbers falls, even if there is a little bit of change in the equilibrium, which is the fact that if they are at a good number initially, a little bit of up down in Jagirs can actually create a crisis in the system. So the first solution is Jagirdari crisis inducing. Can I discuss the second solution? Is this first solution clear, everyone? And how it induces Jagirdari crisis? Yes, no, have to say something. Okay. Now, the second solution which Aurangzeb has, if you're saying no, you have to be clear about what aspect is not clear. You are if you don't understand Mansabdari, Jagirdari, that is a issue because 24 hours before we've done it. Baki, Khalisa, two ways in which the whole empire is divided. Mansabdars and Jagirdars, Mansabdar can be paid in cash or in Jagirs. And the simple point is, for the system to survive, Jagirs have to always be more than Jagirdars. The empire will keep on expanding. The more it expands, the more the number of Jagirdars increase. Because the new areas which you've captured, their nobility, their administration needs to be integrated into the Mughal administration. So when you are now expanding, the more the people you add, the more area you add into the Mughal Empire, the more administrative setup you add into the Mughal Empire. They needed to be accommodated within the same standard Jagirdari system. And now the number of Jagirdars have increased. While the number of Jagirdars have increased, the number of Jagirs have gone down. So there is no rocket science here that it's making no sense. Reduced Paibaki means Jagirdars lost their Jagirs. No. There was always a buffer. There's always a buffer, but now that buffer is gone. Wherein we are at a point where there is exact same number of Jagirs or lesser. If land revenue increases, so it pays to Jagir in cash. It's not possible. Then what is the whole point of increasing Khalisa? If I increase Khalisa and then take that money and give it to the Jagirdars, then what is the point? I'm still in a fiscal crisis. I want my central treasury. Now, what you are trying to do is you're trying to solve this problem for Aurangzeb. And Aurangzeb has not asked for your help. So understand this point that Aurangzeb has no other option but to increase Khalisa, because if he doesn't, central revenue does not go up. Central revenue, if it goes up and you give it to someone else, then you are back to square one. So you have to make sure that the number is increasing. He cannot expand the empire further, and the areas which are coming under him are not very fertile. If today I tell you that if you become an IAS officer and your salary is dependent on your posting, you will kill the other IAS officer for your posting itself. That is called internal competition among the services. And that is what is called Jagirdari crisis. Every Jagirdar will now start to fight for his own best land because his salary is dependent on that. Are we clear about that? Now, the second solution which Aurangzeb has is to increase land revenue. However, when it came to Aurangzeb's period, recent research in the environmental history of the earth and specifically the Indian subcontinent revealed that his timing was wrong. At the time, he was increasing the land revenue from 1/3 to half that exact time coincides with El Nino years in India. So the peasant is already under distress because the Jagirdars are taking as much as possible, but they have been asked to pay more when you are in an El Nino year. El Nino or ENSO, El Nino Southern Oscillation. I don't know you remember it or don't remember it, but just to refresh your memory, in an El Nino year, there is a shortfall in railways, shortfall in rainfall because of the aspect of the monsoons becoming weaker. La Nina is the opposite of that. Rainfall increases. It is based on the pressure difference between Tahiti and Darwin, which is the oscillation which is happening in the Pacific across the coast of Australia and Chile. If the high pressure near Chile gets dampened or lower, Peru, Chile, whatever, if it dampens or lower because of the equatorial waters or the equatorial, what we call as warm water mixing with the cold water at that area, the high pressure goes down, and with the high pressure going down, the oscillation, which will the trade winds, will become weakened, and the trade winds will then cross the equator and become the southwestern monsoon. So very simply, ENSO dictates how monsoons will be in India, either very powerful or very what we call as weak. There's one more thing, the IOD, Indian Ocean Dipole, but that's a separate issue altogether. ENSO and IOD together dictate, along with other oscillations also, Menden-Julian oscillation. But the basic point is, it has been established that El Nino will always, they did not know of this concept. We know of it. They don't know it. Based on the recent environmental research which has happened on our atmosphere and generally on the years in which we've seen yields, we've been able to establish that the out of the 10 to 15 years of whatever rain orange they've had, 8 to 9 years were actually El Nino years. IOD does not have a lot of impact. Sure, you are the expert. Great, perfect. I'm not here to discuss IOD and ENSO, but Indian Ocean Dipole is equally important because it can cut or undercut ENSO. If you have both negative and both positive, it can impact. But that is not what I'm here for. The point is, weakening of the monsoons is obviously going to impact the agriculture in India. And therefore, with El Nino, one thing was very clear, that the peasant was asked for more revenue at the same time when monsoons are failing. And this will lead to what is called as the agrarian revolt. Which is that now the peasants will basically run out of agriculture, saying that we will not pay for this. And there's proper agricultural revolt where peasants will come together and revolt against the state, saying we will not pay anything. We have lost it already. El Nino is a new concept. I felt it's a 20th century concept. Vechri, understand this point. The earth was rotating and revolving around the sun, even when people thought that the earth was flat. So the conception can come later, but that thing is going to happen. Monsoons were failing. They did not know what it was. We now call it ENSO-based southern oscillation. So if I have not seen America, that doesn't mean that America does not exist. That is basically what El Nino is for them. They don't understand what El Nino is. They don't have a way to check that. They don't have that understanding of upper air circulations or generally. But that does not mean that El Nino and La Nina will not happen in the background. That will be happening. We now understand, okay, that is how you write environmental history. There's a whole new stream of history, which is the history of the earth. And therein lies these phenomenons, which we have now started to identify as La Nina or El Nino or ENSO generally. So very simple point is, first solution causes Jagirdari crisis. Second solution causes agrarian revolt. Now this is the problem with Aurangzeb. Anything which he does is not basically making any sense. Sure, perfect, Rahul. Great, perfect. Okay. Okay, whatever it is. Now, if that is not enough, Aurangzeb will also have, by the end of his reign, see, Aurangzeb has now compounded the issue. The crisis has now deepened. And therefore, he does not have good successors who can manage this crisis. At the same point of time, Nadir Shah and later Ahmad Shah Abdali, but Ahmad Shah Abdali is very late. Ahmad Shah Abdali, but more specifically Nadir Shah, they will loot Delhi and take whatever was there generally. So this following flowchart tries to summarize the Mughal decline. But understand that what Aurangzeb was doing is more important than his religious policy. See, pay attention. I am closing this topic now. We take a breather and then we move to the Sikhs and the Marathas. You have a fiscal crisis. Now, Aurangzeb has two solutions to it. Aurangzeb has two solutions to it. One solution is increase land revenue, and the other solution is increase Khalisa land. Now, it does not help that one pillar which existed ceased to exist, which is Rajputs and tolerant policies. Rather, in place of it, there's a new pillar which basically is hitting the fiscal crisis more, which is the fact that he is now following a orthodox religious policy. So this is basically hitting the fiscal crisis more, making it more compounded. Now the problem is that whatever Aurangzeb does, leads to further more crisis. The two solutions produce two major problems further. This produces agrarian crisis, and this produces Jagirdari crisis. And add to it, add to it, add to it the external threat and invasions, weak successors. What you get at the top is Mughal decline. So basically, this is whole Mughal decline for you. You see, weak successor, economic bankruptcy, invasion, Jagirdari crisis, rebellion, religious policy. So this, what you see here, is nothing but the pyramid which explains to you, or the whole process of Mughal decline. People tend to give this too much emphasis is given. Rather, these two are the more systemic issues. So, in the examination, if they ask you factor responsible for Mughal decline, you'll be able to identify them and write about them. Write, so you don't have to. For maybe for modern India, you have to. For medieval, you will only need to identify them. Systemic means fundamental issues. Sir, won't be. No, 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 no. Third Battle of Panipat is a modern India chapter which you have to understand in Marathas and Peshwaru. So that I hope you have done, or if you will do it with me later, that's a separate issue altogether. So are we clear about? Question will start art and culture, then you'll see. Can we close the chapter on Mughal India and move on? It can be mentioned internal conflict. No, fundamental issues is the way. Systemic means system oriented. Can I now see? In Mughal India, I have taught you multiple things. Multiple things. I've taught you the political history. Second Battle of Panipat, Nirbhay, wake up. What is the reason for Second Battle of Panipat? I've used third battle, so you're not asking me what is the second battle. I've discussed with you political history. I've discussed with you battles. Akbar versus Hemu. Battles. I've discussed with you administration. Under that, Mansabdari. I've discussed with you religious policy. I've discussed with you Rajput. I've discussed with you revenue. Now, in Satish Chandra, there are 8 to 9 chapters on Mughal India. Now, I've tried to identify as what is as per the pattern and what the examiner can ask. I've done with you all critical areas. In no way, every political history and every political stand is covered here. Because for me, political history is secondary because UPSC can't ask a lot of questions out of that area. So we've spent close to 8 hours on the Mughals, and I hope that there's a clearer picture about Mughal India, their decline, their administration, and at least it gives you a more nuanced perspective about Mughal India. Because somehow Mughal India architecture, painting, I will do with you with regards to what we call as art and culture. The second theme itself is about Mughal architecture itself. What is left in this story is just Sikhism and Marathas. Once we are done with that, medieval story will be over. Early modern you automatically do in modern India. Decline of Mughals, same in, yes, exactly same answer in modern and medieval. The emphasis may change. The only difference is when I teach in modern India, I don't presume that you know Mansabdari Jagirdari. So there's an explanation change. That's the only thing. The problem is in modern India, if it is done before ancient medieval, what happens is that you don't know who the Mughals are. So I have to give a little bit of backstory. I have to tell what is Jagirdari, but in a very simple, straightforward manner. Here, because I've taught you Jagirdari in a lot of detail, I can presume that you understand what is Jagirdari. So from this point forward, you would have done or you will be doing what is called as weak successors, advent of Europeans, and successor states and rebel states. These four aspects come in modern India. So I hope you have already done that, right? Or you are going to do it either with me or someone else later. Perfect. Perfect. Perfect, Mega. That is what really matters. Now, what is the difference between British and Mughal Zamindar? Shreyansh, to answer that question, I would have to sit with you for the next 3 hours to explain to you. I hope that you understand what is permanent settlement. Because if you know what is permanent settlement, then I can answer you that question. But if you don't know what is permanent settlement, I cannot answer that question to you. What is permanent settlement? Shreyansh, what is permanent settlement? And if you give me a very vague answer, then I'm not going to discuss this question. Don't give me the synonym of permanent settlement. It is zamindari system. Tell me what is permanent settlement. Because there's a fundamental difference between how zamindars are treated under Mughal India, which is a social category, a landed class, and how they are transformed into an administrative tool under permanent settlement. The major difference is that zamindars role change for totally. They are land owners, but here land ownership is permanent. The ultimate owner of the land is the zamindar, not the state. While on the other hand, there he is not the ultimate owner. Ultimate owner of land is the British, and they have temporary ownership rights and revenue collecting rights. So there's a very fundamental difference between these two. Can I give you a breather and we start Sikhism and Marathas? Mughal India is over. Anybody has no issue, right? Please provide list of all NCRTs which have to be read for ancient, medieval, modern art and culture. Yellow. I have told you, but I know that you must be sleeping at a point of time. 6th, 7th, 8th, 12th, part 1, part 2, part 3. 6th is ancient India, medieval India is 7th. This is modern, same ancient, medieval, modern. Art and culture, fine arts, part 1, art and culture. Anything else? Anything else? ठीक है, ये नहीं बोल देना था, read it for me also. Perfect. Okay. We take a break here. We come back at 8:16 and then we take the story forward. 8:17 rather. Because the thing is going to change now. This is totally going to change. Welcome back. Okay. Sir appointed zamindar intermediaries. You are talking about Acha, okay, that is an old discussion. Okay. We now go to the discussion related to two small topics, but equally important because they are half and half. In the sense, Maratha Peshwa rule you do in modern India. I do it. I think Rohit sir also does it, which is Balaji Vishwanath, Bajirao, Balaji Bajirao, the whole third battle of Panipat, then Raghunath Rao issue, Madhav Rao, Narayan Rao, then Bajirao the second battle of the subsidiary alliance and everything. And the same way, you have half of Sikhism in modern India, which is Misal, Ranjit Singh, Nonial Singh, Khadak Singh, thereafter Dilip Singh, and then first Sikh war and second Sikh war, Teja Singh, Lal Singh. That is a so basically there are two parts to the story. Be it Sikhism or be it Marathas, there are two parts to the story. One part of the story falls in medieval, and one part of the story falls in modern. Medieval, modern. Now, yes, Mulraj and Mulraj leads to the second one. Okay, perfect. Now, Sikhism medieval part is basically rise of Sikhism as a religion and what is Khalsa. On the other hand, the whole story of Ranjit Singh's consolidation is in modern India. Same with Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj is in medieval, and thereafter Peshwa rule is in modern. So I will cover these two parts. These two parts you already know or will be covering as per your schedule. So you already know that Shahuji was under or the Mughal what we call as house arrest, and that will be the point where Balaji Vishwanath will come in. When Shahuji will reach back and he has a conflict with Tarabai. So there's an internal conflict between Tarabai and Shahuji where Balaji Vishwanath will rise and Chhatrapati's position will go down and the power of Peshwa will go up. But I will discuss today what is called Ashtapradhan. That is something which you will not be taught in modern India. What is the Ashtapradhan? What is his administrative level at fourth level? Chauth Sar Deshmukhi. That is what we have to understand. We have to understand. So let's talk about Sikhism first. Yes, that is the point. Now, Ashtapradhan, fort administration, the concept of Chauth Sar Deshmukhi is here. Balaji Vishwanath onwards is there. Same way, Sikhism, something is here, something is there. Now, when we talk about the first thing, Sikhism is a religion. Which emerged in the Punjab sector under Guru Nanak. Now, there are two very straightforward things which you need to know about Sikhism is that it comes out of the conflict between the two major religions, which is Hinduism and Islam. And because Punjab itself is a very flux sector, it has a lot of people moving around. There's a lot of conflict and a lot of issues which were emerging. So, what Sikhism argues itself is that it is a middle path. It is a middle path between Hinduism and Islam, wherein both were not giving the right conducive environment for development. So the way Guru Nanak is remembered in the Granth Sahib is Nanak Shah Fakir, Hindu ka Guru, Musalman ka Peer, which is Baba Nanak, the great man of God, the Guru of Hindus and the Peer of Musalmans, which is Peer means Guru only. Now, there is one more theory which is basically problematic. Because if you will read, for example, Tamil Nadu Board book, or if you will read any random book which was written very close to 10-15 years ago, it will say that Guru Nanak was part of the Bhakti movement. He will be shown as a part of the Bhakti movement, and he will be shown as a guru of the Bhakti movement itself. We will discuss the second wave of Bhakti, first wave of Bhakti, 7th century. We'll discuss that on Tuesday. And the first wave is the Allavar Nayanars. Second wave is Bhakti movement in North India. But the problem with putting him under Bhakti movement is going to be that Bhakti movement is within Hinduism. So if it is within Hinduism, then how can he have a separate religion also and be part of Bhakti? So there's one strand which says that Sikhism is a product of the Bhakti movement. And there's one strand which says that Sikhism is not part of the Bhakti movement, but Sikhism itself would argue that it is part of a reconciliatory concept between the two religions. Doesn't really matter, you don't have to write an answer here, but you need to understand these two perspectives. One is the reconciliatory concept, which is two dominant religions fighting in a certain sector, and Guru Nanak finds a middle path, reconciler. And second one is the issue related to how we talk about it is related to the Bhakti movement or the Indian Sant tradition. But again, neither are too convincing, but one is more plausible, the other one is a little bit problematic. The second is the aspect related to where does this word Sikh come from. So in Sikhism, then why is it more close to Hinduism? Shreyansh, that is, why is it more close to Hinduism? So you're saying that it comes out of Hinduism. That doesn't explain that. It is a separate religion, has certain traditions linked to Hinduism and Islam both. That's not the point. The concept of Pir Murid, the concept of Guru Shishya tradition, it is common in Islam also, it is common in Hinduism also. It's not something very specific to Hinduism to have Pir Murid. So it is a matter of perception. The point is, if you link it to Bhakti movement, then it cannot be part of Bhaktism at the same point of time and be a separate religion. That is the basic point I'm trying to make here. Now, the word Sikh comes from the Guru and Shishya tradition itself. When a teacher gives his student a lesson, it is called a Sikh. Sikh dena. So that Sanskrit word Sikh comes from there. So the whole religion, the word Sikh is basically the Sikh of the Guru, to give a precept of the Guru. Within Sikhism, there are also basic certain principles which are there. First is that you have to revere the Guru. You follow the Guru as much as possible. You have to have devotion. You have to follow his teachings. You have to make sure that he is the one you follow without questioning anything. On the other side of the story, you have to have honest living with shared notions, and doing away with the caste distinctions and the distinctions of high and poor should also go away. So therefore, Sikhism is based on the Guru being very important, but honesty, the concept of sharing, and no distinctions is very important. And if you go a step further to understand it, there were three major things which Guru Nanak told, who is the founder of the Sikh religion itself, born in Talwandi, now which is in Nanak Sahib in Pakistan. He said one is one God. Naam Japna, which is that you remember that one God. Then earn one's livelihood, which is part of the Guru tradition, is that you don't be dependent on someone else. You work for your livelihood. But the third, which is most important, is sharing. That you share what you earn. Share what you earn. And the practice of caste system and the divisions should be removed. And to prove that everybody is the same and everybody is equal, they have what we call as dharamshalas, and the most important, the langars. Now, the story of the concept of langar itself shows you that Sikhism believes in sharing and no distinctions, because in langar, everybody works and nobody will wash your plate. When Prime Minister Manmohan Singh used to go to Shishganj Gurdwara at very important moments, he used to go to the Shishganj Gurdwara, which is in Chandni Chowk. He may be the Prime Minister of India, and he was the Prime Minister of India. He used to sit on the floor, eat with everyone else, and he was asked to and had to wash his own plate. Because within the Gurdwara, nobody is big, nobody is small, nobody is rich, nobody is poor. Everyone is equal. So the Guru Shishya tradition is the origin of the Sikh word itself, and that is what the precepts are based on. And Sikhism reconciles Hinduism and Islam. But the most important thing which you need to know is this slide, which is all the Sikh gurus, living gurus. Now, the years you will find different in different books. I have given you from a standard book itself. First is Guru Nanak. He started Sikhism, the precepts of Naam Japna, one God, livelihood and sharing your livelihood. Then comes Guru Angad, who developed the Gurumukhi script itself, which is used today as the Punjabi script. Guru Amar Das is the one who basically developed the concept of langar. And Guru Ram Singh or Ramdas, Guru Ramdas is the one who developed the city of Amritsar. Guru Arjan Dev is very important for two reasons. First, he built the Golden Temple in Amritsar and is also the one who compiled everything what Guru Nanak said in the most important text, which is the Granth Sahib. But also after him, Guruship became hereditary. Hereditary means that the Guru's son will take the Guru tradition forward. So from the fourth Guru onward, it became hereditary. Langar means community kitchen. The powers, the seat of power, which is called the Akal Takht, was established by Guru Hargobind in Amritsar. But the real issues in Guruship and how, see, Guru Arjan Dev was martyred by Jahangir, and there is a proper documented history in it, because Jahangir's son, if you remember, Khusraw, rebelled against Jahangir to capture power, and therefore Guru Arjan, it is believed that Khusraw met Guru Arjan Dev for help to fight against his father, and therefore Jahangir had a grudge against Guru Arjan Dev, which he will take out via his martyring. Now, still under Shah Jahan, the Sikhs were not touched by the Mughals. The real conflict will begin here after Guru Hargobind. Har Rai and Har Kishan, Guru Har Rai, Har Kishan, there's one person who's not mentioned here but was very significant in bringing Aurangzeb into the picture, and his name is Ram Rai, Guru Ram Rai. I'll discuss that with you, how things get engrossed. Then you have Guru Tegh Bahadur, again martyred by Aurangzeb himself. And last but not the least, Guru Gobind Singh, who will do 3 to 4 very significant things, which I will discuss with you once I've discussed with you the issue of Har Rai, Ram Rai, Han Kishan. If you understand this sequence, I want to discuss how the Mughals got entangled with Sikh politics and what is the contribution of Guru Gobind Singh and the most important change which he made in Sikhism. Can I do that? Now, Tegh Bahadur, he's also sometimes called Tej Bahadur, same. Now you see, Guru Har Rai, Guru Har Rai had two sons, Ram Rai and Har Kishan. And Guru Har Rai had decided that the next Guru of Sikhism is going to be Ram Rai. And Jahangir, as I already told you, had an interaction with Arjan Dev. And Shah Jahan did not touch the Sikhs too much. But Aurangzeb, since the beginning itself, did not have a conflict but was very intrigued by Sikhism. Extremely curious about Sikhism, what it is. So Aurangzeb sends a message to Har Rai that he would like to know about Sikhism, and could he send someone to explain this religion and its precepts. Aurangzeb had a copy of the Granth Sahib, and he had people in his court who understood Gurumukhi and could read it out to him, but he was not able to understand certain things about the religion. So he's genuinely curious. So Guru Har Rai sends his son Ram Rai. He says, you go to Aurangzeb's court, go to the Mughal court, and tell them or answer any of the questions which Aurangzeb has. And this is a properly documented interaction. Now there are two conditions with which Har Rai sends Ram Rai. First, do not contradict what the Guru Granth Sahib or the Granth Sahib says. Meaning, don't contradict my own interpretation, and don't contradict the book, the holy book. Don't contradict it in front of Aurangzeb or in front of the Mughals. And second, be it anything, do not show any of the powers of the Sikh Gurus, which is the healing power, the powers which we possess. So now Ram Rai goes to Aurangzeb's court, and they have a very, very interesting interaction in which Aurangzeb wants to understand what is the form of God which they worship in, what is the concept itself. But then Aurangzeb says that there's a line in the Guru Granth Sahib which refers to Muslims. And Aurangzeb wants to say that, does this line refer to Muslims only? And it referred to Muslims only. But Ram Rai said that no, it does not just refer to Muslims, it refers to everyone who is related to the soil of India, which is everyone who is in India. Now, what rule has Ram Rai broken? What rule has he broken? Do not contradict the book. Now, Ram Rai has a good interaction. He comes back. And now Har Rai says to Ram Rai, I told you not to do it. And what happens is that Har Rai removes Ram Rai from the next Guru, and he nominates Har Kishan as the next Guru. And herein the conflict starts to brew. Now Ram Rai basically has been removed from the next Guruship, and Aurangzeb will call Ram Rai and say that it is basically my fault. He says that I had no idea that there were certain conditions. Here Aurangzeb was being considerate. Aurangzeb said to Ram Rai that it is literally my fault that you are not becoming the next Guru. And he said, don't worry. After Arjan Dev, it is hereditary. Don't worry. I grant you land. And Aurangzeb granted land to Ram Rai in Dehradun sector. And he said, you go and develop your own Gurdwara. You need money, I'll give it to you. And you develop your own Gurdwara and you can take Sikhism forward there. That is why if you are from Dehradun or if you've been to Dehradun, you'll find certain schools and certain institutions named after Ram Rai. However, Ram Rai was extremely angry with the way Har Rai did not allow him to be the next Guru. And what will happen is that at a very young age, Guru Har Kishan will come to power, and he will die also in front of Ram Rai. He will die at a very, very young age. And unfortunately, the one who will succeed Guru Har Kishan is Guru Tegh Bahadur. And before the coming up of Guru Tegh Bahadur and before the accession of Har Rai, Guru Ram Rai or Ram Rai always made a claim that I should be the Guru, not Har Kishan or Guru Tegh Bahadur. Now, the problem which Guru Tegh Bahadur has is that Ram Rai, rather than sitting in Dehradun, started to sit in the court of Aurangzeb and started to now basically intrigue, started to create a certain environment in which Aurangzeb was made to feel, and Aurangzeb was told that Guru Tegh Bahadur is a threat to him. So this is called the intrigues of Ram Rai, wherein Ram Rai is basically the one who is filling the mind of Aurangzeb with this thing that Sikhism and Guru Tegh Bahadur needs to go. And what happens is Guru Tegh Bahadur could see it. That is why Guru Tegh Bahadur did not remain in the Punjab sector. He traveled across to Bihar, and he will start to now spread Sikhism in Bihar. In the Bihar-Bengal sector, Guru Tegh Bahadur will become very popular. But the problem was that the more he became popular, the more Aurangzeb had a problem. And that is why after 2 to 3 years of operation in the Bihar sector, Guru Tegh Bahadur will be captured by Aurangzeb, saying that you are trying to undercut my power. And now Guru Tegh Bahadur will be given two options, either to accept Islam or to die. And that will in turn lead to the martyring of Guru Tegh Bahadur, who did not accept Islam. And now Aurangzeb basically has started to hate Sikhism properly. And it is in this context, after the martyring of Guru Tegh Bahadur, that we get Guru Gobind Singh. Now, Guru Gobind Singh saw a problem. And the problem was that he lost all of his 4 sons in conflict with the Mughals. And now the Mughals are after the Sikh sector properly. And Guru Gobind Singh can see that there is an issue if the Guru tradition remains as a living person. See, if every Guru of Sikhism will be killed, there's a chance that Sikhism as a religion would go out of or would become obscure. So rather, Guru Gobind Singh, after losing all of his sons, he will take a very important decision. Guru Gobind Singh now says that I change the tradition of Guruship, and now I make the book the eternal Guru. That is why we call it Guru Granth Sahib. Basically, he stopped the tradition of living gurus and made the book the eternal Guru. And that's why if you've ever been to a Gurdwara, the book is personified as a Guru. That is why the book is woken up, it is brought to the takht, then it is also kept to sleep. It personifies a human. And now Guru Gobind Singh also realized one thing, that if Sikhism does not protect itself, it will not survive. And Guru Gobind Singh will thereafter establish what is called the Khalsa. If Sikhism is India, Khalsa is basically the Indian army. Khalsa is the military brotherhood or military wing which will now protect Sikhism. Sikhism is the religion. Khalsa is the group which protects it. And therein comes the Ks, the 5 Ks, wherein certain men and women within the Sikh community will vow to protect Sikhism. And this Khalsa will later evolve into Misl, which later Ranjit Singh is going to dissolve to create the Punjab state. So the origin of the Khalsa and the book becoming the eternal Guru is all related to the Mughal and Sikh conflict, wherein you see the need for the Khalsa comes through when Sikh Gurus and Mughals get intertwined. There was no clashes initially between Sikhs and Aurangzeb. However, now after Ram Rai will not be given Guruship, it will in turn lead to Har Rai becoming more angry because of what Ram Rai had done, and Harkishan is going to become. So Guru Har Rai was displeased by Ram Rai and nominated his successor as his young son Harkishan. But Harkishan died soon after and succeeded by Guru Tegh Bahadur. Now, one second. Yes. Ram Rai put forward his claims to the Gaddi both before the accession of Harkishan and after his death. Aurangzeb did not interfere and gave a grant of land in Dehradun to Ram Rai to build his own Gurdwara there. But most of the time, Ram Rai remained at Delhi and continued to intrigue against the Gurus and try to poison the mind of the emperor against him. Gaddi, which is Guruship. After his accession, Guru Tegh Bahadur had to come to Delhi, but he escaped the intrigues of Ram Rai and journeyed to Bihar under the Raja Ram Singh of Amber in Assam till 1671. However, in 1675, Guru Tegh Bahadur was brought to Delhi along with his 5 followers. Various accusations were made against him, and he will be later martyred by Aurangzeb. Now, Guru Gobind Singh will realize this. So, the final level Guru, Guru Gobind Singh, established the Khalsa as saint soldiers. The Khalsa will now uphold the Sikh virtues of commitment, dedication, and social consciousness to protect Sikhism itself. And men and women could become the part of the Khalsa through a certain code and a certain initiation ceremony, which is called Amrit Chakna. And they will now follow 5 very important attributes which will be linked to the Khalsa: Kesh, Kangha, Kada, Kachera, and Kirpan. Kesh, which is uncut hair; Kangha, which is the wooden comb; the Kada, which is the iron bracelet which they wear; Kachera, which is the cotton underpants which they wear; and Kirpan, which is the dagger which they have. The Kirpan being the most important symbol of Sikh culture in that regard. Now, Sikhism is this what we've discussed. I now need to go towards Marathas. Does anybody have issue in Sikhism? I've given you the backstory so that Sikhism in modern India makes sense to you. There has been no question directly on Sikhism as of right now, in neither in modern India or in medieval. That's it. Right? Okay. As I said, 5 Ks: Khalsa, Guru Gobind Singh, need, Mughal conflict, and Har Rai, Ram Rai, Harkishan controversy. Yes. They were religious heads of Sikhism. Later will also become political heads. Yes. But now, who is the Guru Granth Sahib? No, what is the Guru Granth Sahib? The Granth Sahib was compiled as what Guru Nanak said. The book itself is the Guru, the eternal Guru of Sikhism. Guru Granth Sahib is not a person. Okay. Can I transition to Marathas? Okay. Now come the Marathas. Now see, Marathas as a community were a very important group within this Bijapur, Ahmednagar, Golconda, Bidar politics. Very good fighters, and they started as what are called Bargis. Bargis are mercenary soldiers. So the Ahmednagar, Golconda, Bijapur states used to employ Marathas to fight on their part, and they will start to rise slowly and become what are called Kiladars. Kiladars mean Kila in charges or fort in charges. Bagis means mercenary soldiers. Soldiers which fight for you for money. So the Marathas were always an important community in this sector, but their exponential rise in power will happen under one personality who is no less than the alternative to the British and Mughal India, and a master statesman and administrator, which is Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. He, in a way, was a master in bringing centralized polity back. After the Mauryan Empire, it is only the Marathas under Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj that they became a centralized administrative system. That is the level of power which he controlled, and that is the level of ingenuity he had in his administration. So one thing is very clear, that the Marathas were involved within Bijapur, Ahmednagar, Golconda states. They served as mercenary soldiers for all of these different Deccani Sultanates, but they will start to rise as Kiladars. They will become in charges of forts, but still important forts were held by Muslim Kiladars only. They were also given from time to time Raja Nayak Rao titles. Mughals are centrally decentralized. They have Mansabdari is not proper centralization. So they take Raja Nayak Rao as very important titles which these kings used to give. And Bijapur rulers such as Ibrahim Adil Shah was so impressed by the valor of the Marathas that he used to always make sure that he had a Maratha contingent under him. Marathas are also known to have been involved in the revenue administration of this area. So as a community, they were very, very important. Now, when it comes to our statesmen, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, understand this point, that the dates and the names I'm giving you is out of Satish Chandra. There may be discrepancies, and there are certain discrepancies, but I've given it to you after Satish Chandra. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj will be born as the youngest son of Shahji and Jijabai in Shivneri. And in 1636, Shahji will lose certain forts which he used to have under him to the Mughals. And in that context, Chhatrapati Shivaji will be sent with his mother to one of the forts which he used to control, which is the Pune Jagir or the Pune sector, which used to be under the guardianship of Dadaji Kondev. He will get married to Saibai Nilbalkar, and he will become his political career will start by taking care of the Pune Jagir, but it was given to him under the mentorship of Dadaji Kondev. So Dadaji Kondev, very important guardian and mentor of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, and he will teach him statesmanship with regards to how to do administration and control forts. However, once Dadaji Kondev will die, then the real Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj will come out, because at the age of 18, just as the age of 18, he will start to consolidate these Maratha forts. Marathas used to control forts, but they were fragmented. He will start to bring all these forts together and centralize the administration. So first he will take Rajgarh, then Kondana, then Torna, three very big forts. But the biggest fort he will breach and basically bring everybody together is the fort which was with the Moors, which is Javli. Once Javli is going to come to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, then there was no stopping him as an administrator and as a statesman. At the age of 18, he has now created a network of forts which make the Maratha territory formidable against the Mughal and the Deccani Sultanate power which was there. And now what he will do is that he will keep on expanding, centralizing, and this is the beauty of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's administration, that it was based on forts. 250 forts to 350 forts is what was made by him and controlled by him. So the point was, being at Pune, he had to make sure that all power was spread also, but also centralized. And therein comes his administration, which is very, very important. For the examination, administration and taxation, two very important things. Now, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj is, the word Chhatrapati is the central position. This is king. And around the Chhatrapati, there were 8 very important officers which used to interlink power but were separately responsible to the Chhatrapati. And this is the beauty of his administration. This is called Ashtapradhan. 8 officers, Ashtapradhan. And the beauty is that none of them were answerable to each other but to Chhatrapati, making sure that there's no overlapping of jurisdiction or too much power concentrated in one area. So you have the first most important position, which is called the Peshwa. Peshwa, which is the Prime Minister. Initially, the power of the Chhatrapati is going to be very high. Later, Balaji Vishwanath will make Peshwas very high. So that is the power shift between Chhatrapati and Peshwa, but that is only going to happen after Shahuji. The next is Majumdar. Prime Minister along with and Finance Minister. Majumdar is an accountant or accountant general. Think of him like the CAG. The CAG. So 8 ministers, Ashtapradhan. You have Majumdar accountant, Peshwa finance and general department. Then you have CAG, Controller and Auditor General of India. Then Majumdar, Peshwa, accountant, Sar A Naubat. This comes in the examination for match the following. Senapati. Then you have Vakya Navis. Thereafter, you have Suranavis or Chitnis. Dabir. Suranavis or Chitnis. Dabir. Nyayadhish. And last is Pandit Rao. Now, this should be obviously very obvious. This is justice. This is religious affairs. Now comes the interesting part. Vakyanavis is responsible for intelligence, posts, and household affairs. Intelligence, household affairs. Thereafter, you have the Dabir, who is responsible for the master of ceremony and foreign power. But the most interesting in this is the Chitnis or Sunavis. He is there for correspondence. So he is for correspondence. He is court and foreign relations. So if you look at it, everybody has a designated responsibility. And nobody's power is overlapping. Vakya if he takes care of home affairs, household affairs rather, the household of the Chhatrapati, He is also there for intelligence because he has access to a lot of things. But the person who has intelligence does not have correspondence. Correspondence means internal movement of information. Internal movement of information, correspondence, which is all the forts, all the data, all the information which is flowing inside the Maratha Empire. Dabir is taking court of the Chhatrapati, so he also takes care of the people who come from outside, foreign affairs. Justice and religion are given to separate personalities, and the Peshwa, in that sense, takes care of general administration and revenue administration. But what is ironic is, to make sure that the Peshwa does not go out of hand, Majumdar is there to check if the revenue is coming right or not. Ironically, you have to learn all of them. Nobody is reporting to each other, or Majumdar is not reporting to Peshwa, or everybody is not reporting to Peshwa. They all report to the Chhatrapati in their own capacity. And therefore, there is no need for collective responsibility. Individual responsibility is there, which is that way quite significant. Now, this is central administration. Provincial administration, there is equally interesting centralization, wherein you have three levels. And this is again very interesting. Mauza, Taraf, and Prant. Mauza, Taraf, and Prant. Lowest unit is Mauza. Thereafter you have Taraf, and then you have Prant. This is the way they divide it. And Mauza, there's nobody who takes care of it. Taraf is under a Havaldar. The Prant is under a Subedar. But what is more interesting is, see, here you have a Havaldar. Here you have a Subedar. But he could have left it like this. Rather, to make sure that Subedars don't go out of hand, he has a Sar Subedar. Which is to make sure that the provincial governors don't become too powerful. So here again, he is creating an internal network to control all officers which are already there. He will frequently transfer all of them, and none of them are permanent and hereditary. So all officers which you see here, and all officers which you see here, Havaldar, Subedar, Sar Subedar, none of them are under hereditary or permanent understanding. But the real beauty of his division of power, which made sure that the empire remained centralized, is at the level of the fort. In his life, he will make close to 250 forts, one on water itself. He knew that the fort could act like a node to connect the Maratha Empire. But when it came to a fort, he never gave one person one power, because if you have a fort, there's a very good chance that one person can become centralized, and he could take the power away from the king. So rather, he created three positions within the fort itself. He had three different positions. One is called the Havaldar. His only responsibility is that he has the keys to the fort. Basically, closing and opening of the fort is under Havaldar. He has no other power. Then you have the Sabnis, and then you have the Sarnobat. Sabnis takes care of all government correspondence and muster roll, which is duty chart. So Sabnis, he has duty chart and correspondence. And on the other hand, you have the Sarnobat, who has the military established under him. Over and above that, he also had one more officer who's called the Karkhanis, who basically has all the supplies and goods. So if you look at it, no one man can take over this fort. Is this making sense to you? Are you understanding the master stroke here? The one who has the keys does not have power of the military. The one who has the military does not have the keys. The one who has correspondence does not have anything else. So basically, very specific duties have been given, and even the subnis from time to time could hold revenue. So he has revenue but no power. He has power but no revenue. He has only keys but he has no power or revenue. This is called separation of power at the best level possible. The master of this was Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. It's got separation of power. Military can overpower subnis and havaldar. Sure. But if military does that, then where do they get the revenue from? Where do they get the supplies from? If anybody is doing any conspiracy, there are 3 to 4 different officers who will never come together. If Sarnobat tries to do something, Havaldar will lock the fort and correspondence will be sent that the Sarnobat has rebelled. So the central power is Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. All power radiates out of him. Each of these members are going to now report to a Subedar, and every Subedar is reporting to Sar Subedar, and every Sar Subedar is reporting to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. And nobody really had the power to rebel against Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. You can't do that. He is even more fierce than any emperor and any statesman ever been. Defy him and he will create an example of you. So his fort administration, this is called fort administration. Fort administration. This is called his provincial administration. And this is his central administration. We have seen this much type of elaboration only previously in the Mauryan dynasty. Now, what I want to do before we end for today is discuss two important words, Chauth and Sardeshmukhi, and then this discussion is over. Can I start that? Chauth, Sardeshmukhi. Yes? As it is, Marathas are known for their loyalty. True. Okay. Taxation. Please pay attention. If you understand this, you will never forget it. Never ever forget it. And this is where the UPSC plays a game with. Yes, in a way, VHT, yes. Okay. Now, this is basically Mughal territory. The Marathas will start in the Deccan, spread throughout out of India. This is Mughal territory. And there is one road which used to go like this. There are cultivators. But there's also one fort which Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj controls himself. Now, this is basically the territory which the Marathas hold. This is Maratha territory. And this is the fort. Now, understand one point, that the cultivators cultivators inside Maratha territory pay standard land tax, and there's no term for that. It could be 1/6 to 1/3 based on the ruler. Based on the ruler. So one thing should be very clear in your mind, very, very, very clear. Chauth or Sardeshmukhi does not apply inside territories of Marathas. Inside meaning original territory, which were originally held with the fort. Now there is one trader who is going from here. There's one trader. Now basically, the master stroke of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj was that he took away sovereignty from the Mughals. I'm coming to that. He took away sovereignty from the Mughals at the grassroots level. All of these cultivators, they pay tax to the Mughals, either Zapti, Desala, Galla Bakshi, whatever it may be. Now, what the Marathas used to do was they used to create pressure and used to raid these areas, and they used to say that you pay us chauth, which is 1/4 of the land revenue or 1/4 of value of goods. And if you do that, it is basically like giving an insurance. If you pay us 1/4, we will protect you against the Mughals. We will not let anybody raid you, and we will protect you in this sector. Basically, the Maratha protection and the Maratha way of taking away power at the grassroots level was defying Mughal authority at the cultivator level. So if the cultivator said that if I give you 1/4, then what about the Mughal Amil or Amir? To that the Marathas used to say, leave it that to us. We'll not let the Amin and Amil exploit you. You give us 1/4 and we will protect you. It's an insurance policy. Basically, now you see, without going under the Marathas are generating revenue also, and they are undercutting Mughal sovereignty also. They are undercutting Mughal sovereignty also. So chauth means 1/4. Do we understand what is chauth and the concept of chauth? The logic behind chauth. It has dual purpose: generate revenue and also undercut Mughal power. The Mughals didn't take action, they did. But who will go up against Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj? Value of goods means that this trader, if he has 4,000 rupiah worth of value, 1,000 should be given to the Marathas. Now, same area, you have a road going from here. This was the original area of the Marathas. The cultivator here pays no chauth or Sardeshmukhi. Now what happens is that bit by bit the Marathas expand, and now all of this territory is Maratha territory. Basically, the Marathas have collapsed the Mughal rule here. Mughal rule removed. But now the Marathas used to say, peasants mostly, if the Marathas are taking Chauth, Amil and Amin never had the power to undercut that. Now, they were the trader still pays Chauth. But on the cultivator, there is one additional tax which is applied. So this cultivator will pay Chauth, that is 1/4. But because the Marathas say that you should have been and part of the empire previously also, so on them Sar Deshmukhi is applied. Understand one thing, Sar Deshmukhi is not applied on traders. It is only applied on cultivators. And what does Sar Deshmukhi mean? It is an additional tax levied over and above Chauth. Now there is one major issue which students develop, which is that they calculate it like this: 25% Chauth over and above Chauth, so 2.5% more, 27.5% is going to be the tax. No, 25% tax plus 10% more. Chauth, Sar Deshmukhi, 35% was the taxation. It is basically like a cess. It is like what you today have GST cess. This is your GST, this is your cess. It is applied over and above. So if I read it out to you, you will realize what it means. See, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj used to undercut the power of the Mughals via the Chauth and Sar Deshmukhi concept. Chauth and Sar Deshmukhi were other sources of income. Chauth is amounting to 1/4 of the produce, which was paid to the Marathas as a safeguard against Maharaj's forces not plundering or raiding non-Maratha territories. Sar Deshmukhi was an additional levy of 10% on those lands which Marathas claimed were having or claimed hereditary rights, that it should have been under them, but it was under Mughals. So any area they expand into, Chauth is already taken. Chauth plus Sar Deshmukhi will be taken. Chauth and Sar Deshmukhi were taxes collected not in the Maratha kingdom, but in the neighboring territories of Mughal and Deccani Sultanates. Through this, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj proved that he was a diplomat and tactician and statesman above beyond everything. But the way he created provincial, he created what we call as fort and central administration, is out of this world. To repeat, Chauth Sar Deshmukhi, within Maratha territory, Chauth Sar Deshmukhi is not applied. It is only on the outside territories that Chauth is applied. Chauth is applied when the area is not under the Marathas and 1/4 is taken. Does anybody have issue in Chauth? Check this. Any issue in Chauth? No. Sar Deshmukhi is when they expand into that territory. They say that you should have originally been a part of us. So now they apply a cess over and above Chauth on the cultivators to extract more, which is called Sar Deshmukhi. When Marathas conquer something, Chauth and Sar Deshmukhi. When Marathas don't conquer something, it is only Chauth. And within original Maratha territory, no Chauth, no Sar Deshmukhi. Get my point? No Chauth Sar Deshmukhi within this white area. When this area is not yours, it is only Chauth. When it becomes yours, you are Chauth and Sardeshmukhi. Understood? Only those cultivators who give Chauth under. Yes, if you are a Mughal cultivator, you pay Chauth. If you become a Maratha cultivator, you become Chauth Sardeshmukhi entitled. Sardeshmukhi is to basically take out more out of agriculture once that area has been conquered. Marathas only tax the newly conquered territories. Yes. Originally, when the fort was there, they get the cushion of being the original Maratha territory. How Mughals allowed it? The Mughals did not allow it. They fought and the Marathas won. In this case, the people will sell the land to the Mughal and buy land. And no, that is not how things work at this point of time. You don't sell and move on because the Marathas were expanding. Where will you go? In the Deccan sector, Mughal authority was very quickly fading away. Are we clear of this? If we are, then I'll stop today. Maratha original territory, they give some standard tax, bhag 1/3 or 1/6. Other than that, everything outside. In this area, nobody pays nothing. As a Chauth Sardeshmukhi, they pay 1/6 or 1/3 bhag. But outside that, they have to basically pay Chauth initially, then later Chauth and Sardeshmukhi. Yes, Sanskar, you can leave. Done? Can I come back on Tuesday and start Bhakti Sufi and our art and culture journey? How they determine hereditary rights? Priyanka, if they come between 3 forts, then that is hereditary territory, according to them. Initially, original territory, they expand into it, it becomes hereditary territory. No, you don't need to know the sequence, Satyaprasad. Okay. With this, medieval is over. Medieval is over. And we will come back on Tuesday. And what I want from you is, over the next 3 days, try to revise. The timelines really matter because now our art and culture journey will be drop dead in the same area where we have done. I have basically started at 2 million BCE and brought you till 1707. I have created a certain timeline. I will discuss that timeline with you on Tuesday first thing. Revision of the timeline. I'll give the master timeline from ancient to medieval. And then we'll start Bhakti Sufi. Done? I've already given you medieval timeline, Palak. I think in the Vijayanagara Bahmani chapter. Marathas will emerge. There's no exact date, 1600. That period when Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj will start. Will become important. Medieval is 7 lectures. 7th lecture is Bhakti Sufi, but I count it as art and culture only. 7 ancient, 7 medieval, 10 art and culture. Perfect. Okay. So, see you. Thank you. I hope now at least you don't have a fear of ancient medieval. Can you at least say that to me? That you started with me with a lot of apprehensions. With a lot of apprehensions. And I hope that that fear of ancient medieval is over. It is a certain story in your mind. I will revise that story with you on Tuesday. And we can then just simply talk about art and culture. What is the most important in that regard? Yes, you can do that like this. Perfect. Perfect. Great. But it's heavy, sir. Every subject is heavy. It was much heavier. I have lightened it. I hope that was my purpose here. Okay. Perfect. 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 Take example like right hand of territory is already Chauth to Marathas left give. Again, Anjali, you are going to make it a little bit too complicated. Think of it like that. I can give that type of example. It will become too complicated. Remember, within Maratha territory, no Chauth Sardeshmukhi. Outside Maratha territory, Chauth Sardeshmukhi. Only Chauth initially, later Sardeshmukhi. That's it. Shreyank, we will refer to that. We will refer to that on Tuesday. I'll give you that understanding. Purandar, I will tell you. Chauth, 1/4, Sardeshmukhi, 10%. Chauth only when you are a Mughal cultivator, Chauth. You are a Maratha cultivator, Maratha conquered cultivator, Chauth and Sardeshmukhi both. How many modules you completed modern history? Modern is 24 total. Modern and post-independence. 7 plus 7 plus 10. How much that has become? 24. One modern is equal to ancient medieval art and culture. that ways. And 10 modules is world history, that ways. Okay. See you. Currently, I've reached 1857 yesterday. We've started nationalism in the evening. See you. Thank you so much. I'll see you on Tuesday. Have a very good weekend. 2, yeah, 22 plus 2. Have a very good weekend. Take care. Monday is a holiday. Rejuvenate, reconcile, revise, and be ready for 10 classes journey of 11 classes journey of art and culture, which will be a totally different cup of tea. Will become more visual. You'll be drawing a lot of things. You'll be understanding a lot of things. Nitin Singhania is the second fear which you have, which I have to remove. So the mission, remove Nitin Singhania's fear, is going to start on Tuesday. See you. Bye. Mains questions only in art and culture will be there, na? Rahul, why are you under ancient medieval? There's no mains questions. Art and culture questions start, and we discuss mains questions also.